Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Women can coach. 1, 2, 3. Women can coach. Test. Women can coach. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. Women can coach. Tu ada.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still have the empty seats front of the hall. Could you please, the one who sit at the back, you can move forward. Fill in the front seat. Thank you.
The beauty of Asean shines so bright, standing strong in the light. From dawnlit shores to twilight skies, together spirits high. Rhythms echo, voices sing, a symphony of hearts within. Kindness flows in every kind. Hand in hand we bond together. Oh, Asean, united we stand, a land of dreams where cultures span. From rolling seas to mountains high, together become one and hearts align. United, together we rise, reaching for the skies. Asean, our land, our home. Flavors rich, traditions told, in every dish a past unfolds. Gathered close, our ties we weave.
Dear participants, you can scan the QR code displayed on the door or on the screen for registration. Thank you.
Rhythms echo, voices sing, a symphony of hearts within. Kindness flows in every kind. Hand in hand we bond together. Oh, Asean, united we stand, a land of dreams where cultures span. From rolling seas to mountains high, together become one and hearts align. United together we rise, reaching for the skies. Asean, our land, our home. Flavors rich, traditions told, in every dish a past unfolds. Gathered close, our ties we weave, a feast of love in harmony. Together we're one, all in all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to watch the live streaming, you can go to the YouTube or Facebook for Majlis Sukan Negara Malaysia. So we have the live there, live streamings on YouTube and Facebook, Majlis Sukan Negara Malaysia.
Asean, our land, our home.
Okay, lovely. Okay, ready? One, two, three. One, two, three. Give me some thumbs up, please. Yes. Three, one. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to welcome Ms. Chan Honjin, Deputy Secretary General Strategic, Ministry of Youth and Sports of Malaysia, distinguished guests, our delegates from the ASEAN countries, all the participants. Welcome back. We hope you had a refreshing lunch. Yes. Louder, please. All right, we're excited to continue with the second half of today's program, filled with more valuable insights and inspiring stories on gender equity in sports. It is now my honor to introduce a distinguished speaker from Malaysia, Ms. Wan Nurafzan binti Wan Mahadi. Ms. Wan Nurafzan is the director of the National Coaching Academy at the National Sports Institute of Malaysia. She currently serves as a board member of the International Council for Coaching Excellence, or ICCE, a position she has held since 2021. With deep expertise in long-term athletics development, or LTAD, talent identification and coaching development, she is a highly respected voice in the field. Today, she will be sharing a powerful case study titled Malaysian Case Study, The Door is Open for Women Can Coach. Wan Nurafzan, or Ms. Wan Nurafzan, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thanks, everyone. You can see the picture there. That's the things that you order, these are things that you receive. So this is the spirit that we want to have here today. All right. I love to, because this is an afternoon session, I love all of you to hear this knocking.
Oh? Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock, knock.
Who's there? There's a woman coaches there. All right, so everybody needs to know who's there. This is a key point that I want to highlight today about the women can coach in Malaysia. All right, back to our story. A little bit of myself. I always say that we need to brand ourselves to be in the better position in whatever approach that you need to do in your own country, in your ASEAN country. So I love all of you to have your own biography in order for you to uplift your upskilling your expertise into your own country related to women can coach. Selamat datang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Neho Sudai Sembaidi Xin chào Sawadi Kamusta Mingalaba Kia ora for New Zealander, hi for England, and good day mate for Australia. All right. So we started, I'm a bit hard because I'm not into linguistic this one, but I need to approach or need to have kind of presentation to have two ways communication between you and I. All right, before we start, I hope that everybody can get up, and I really need my team, ISN team, to come in front of me. Why don't we start warming up a little bit and enjoy our session this afternoon? I really hope you get ready and really hope that you cooperate with our team. Are you ready, girls? Are you ready, women there? All right.
Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dala tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Get your hands up, 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 hands up. Macarena. Macarena. Macarena.
All right. I hope you enjoy yourself towards this. And I don't know, am I do a right way or wrong way to do this? Because, of course, when we say it's a starting woman's move, it's a movement pattern that you need to have. Besides having a good lecture, you need to have a good VO2 max too. All right, we go to the interactive active learning. So, can you please switch? Okay. All right. I want to hear to show a review on the VVOX. Can you switch? That is the interactive learning that I would like to have a feedback from you guys. As a coach, as the administrative, as the whoever who are in front of me, to share what do you feel about today's program, what do you feel about bring you in a certain level, above level. It's still not. Yes, I press QR. Oh. Hang on. Yeah. Is that working? Oh, I think I need to. Sorry for that. Oh, I need to cross this one. Yeah, there's a QR coming in. All right. So, is it possible for you to QR on this, scan the QR? Is that okay? All right. So, how are you feeling today? I want to hear from you. Good. After doing some Macarena, excited, energized. Wow, great. How do you go about it? Fantastic, excellence, happy, empowered. What else? I'm good and I'm very good. Magnificent. Oh God. I have more and coming in. All the good motivated word here should go into your blood. I always say to my coaches, coaching in my blood. So that is why I encourage more coaches, women, either women or men, to be a part of the Let's Start coaching. You can see here how wonderful. We have such a good members who are representing on your own country and representing your own self to be a good one with your own feeling. So how do we start training program without having a good feeling. It's totally difficult for us to start. So we start with a good power, a key point that everybody should continue in their sports. Okay, back to our story. On your table, I actually distributed the post-it note. What I want to have, post-it note. You need to write sticky note. You need to write what is your expectation and what is your fear. As a woman coach, as administrative team, as the a power hub organization lead or whoever, you stick it into the blackboard. I want you to do it within 2 to 5 minutes from now. Along the way, we still need have
go,
kind of
girls.
music to make sure that giving you a good energize or good
Come on.
imagery what you want to write down. What is your expectation? What is your fear towards women in sports coaching in your own country, in yourself? And post it on the blackboard that we have at every table.
Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions, make no conditions, get a little out of line.
What you want to change on new era towards sports coaching in your own country, in yourself, in your small community area. Okay, then post it to your blackboard in front there. Alright, that's a part of the training homework that we need to do today. Alright. Alright. In order for me to stay here in front of you, I need to motivate myself to say that, be brave, Afzan. I'm in front of the a global coaches team, a good presenter in front of me. I'm the only Malaysian who actually want to present something on the case study. So you need to be brave. And I cited the key point that developed by IWG Lisa, fix the system, not the woman. Fix the system. So that is why in Malaysia, we try to fixing the women can coach to encourage more women to be a part. So in order for us to encourage more women to be a part, I need to expose myself to say that this is a role model for others to be followed. So, that is why Michelle always said, Afzan always with a handphone, camera, updating something on the Instagram because I want other people to follow my step to be a better. Not to say that I'm better, but I'm better. So this is the key point that you need to always brave to say that the key element on competent, confident, the connection network. So that is why I'm developing my network with a group of intelligent people in front of me. At the back, from the top, from the groundwork to the top level. And here, the character and caring. So that is why we actually need to be more networking, more sensible in certain level. As a woman in coaching roles are crucial, this includes promoting female leadership. We are doing it with the team of National Sports Council leadership, creating women into coaching with the National Coaching Academy. And we actually try to embed whatever program into the ASEAN country. So from there, we do step by step. This is the one that I asked Karen. We are too energetic, too motivated in this program, but later on when we go back, the spirit gone. How are we going to do about it? So we need to be competent, we need to have that character. So, of course, the more women who rise in the coaching position, the more that young athletes will be inspired to follow their footsteps and creating a positive cycle for the future generation. So this is a key part that I think everybody should take into a consideration when you go back home. This is a good takeaway that I'm promoting everybody to follow. All right, I want to show how do National Coaching Academy promoted whatever program that related to coaching, regardless whichever gender that related. So I hope that you enjoy this video.
I know you're gonna have to do almost everything alone up here, but you know I'll be with you. You're the one. You're the one that's gonna keep his spirit alive. You're the one. And you're gonna have to go through hell. Worse than any nightmare that you ever dreamed. In the end, I know you'll be the one standing.
Somewhere along the line, you changed. You stopped being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, now go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits. And not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you wanna be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that. It's your right to listen to your gut. It ain't nobody's right to say no. After you earn the right to be where you want to be and do what you want to do. What's the matter with you? There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
I'm a fighter. That's the way I'm made. Can't change what we are. All we can do is just go with what we are.
All right. Big clap, please. All right. This video created by a team of National Sport Institute in order for us to promote coaching. To promote coaching to take a license. To promote coaching to know better about the education, the pillar that we develop with the level 1, 2, and 3 in sports science, incorporate with the sports specific in related field. So, we need to have a game changer. So I do hope the ASEAN country can create this kind of video into your country in order for you to promote sports coaching in your country. All right. Oh, sorry. Okay. A Malaysian case study, the door is open. Women can coach. Knock, knock, knock. Who are you? Where are you? Where have you gone? There's a key question that been asked around the world, around the Malaysian area. So, the Women Can Coach is a special program that developed for the numbers of women in sports coaching. We have started the Women Can Coach since 2020, and we developed the Women Can Coach because we found out the numbers that joining the courses is really little. So we want to upbringing to make sure that bridging the gap between 10 to 30% of the coaching population to be a part of the coaching ecosystem. So, the purpose of this program to recruit, to retain. Recruit is quite easy for us to do, but in order for us to retain, it take several barriers or several challenges that we are facing. Then, of course, to support women in their coaching profession. This is a part of the follow-up program and the how are we actually mentoring the team. Furthermore, more on the women coaching, we developing networking, sharing the best practices and new creative ideas among us. And of course, it's not only high performance coaches that we are looking at. We actually started with the grassroots into the high performance. I will share with you guys after this on the few case study that really enlighten everybody into the grassroots, how to improve and so on. All right. I'm not saying this with the zero knowledge. I did numbers of research on the other country, and in fact, the background or a little bit on the scientific view, women representation and visibility less than 20% in globally, and less than 10% in Olympic high performance. And we have like structural challenges kind of the gender bias. We have female coaches are often perceived as severe by female athletes and parents, especially in early youth stage. Of course, this is why Malaysia developed a safe sports program. And the sociological challenges, of course, relating to the coaching is traditionally viewed through the masculine lens. So that is why when women want to entering the area of the coaching and athletes, they always say that masculine lens in terms of the feminines and so on. So that's a part of the scientific view. And a little bit on the lack of a gender policy. Of course, few sports federations in Malaysia have a specific gender equality policy, leaving women without institutional support. And Malaysia come out under the National Coaching Academy. We have come out with the embedding safe sports concept in training. And we started the safe sports program since to have the compulsory for every coaches. It's not only for women, men, and whoever want to enter the coaching ecosystem to come over with the on the April 2022. Yeah, we started to have that. Then, of course, we collaborate with the Adamas and the CIRADO for the anti-doping program. So whoever attended our program need to undergo both online program, then they need to show it to us the certificate in order for them to get the a license. Started with a license C, B, and A. So this is this one. And then, like it or not, the mentorship and network play essential role here, which is lack of role model. So that is why we want more young athletes who don't want to continue in their sports, take up sports science, take up sports specific, then get a license, then you can be a good coach later on, because it's more to the transforming athletes to be a good coach. And across ASEAN country, we have less than 30% coaches who actually women make up into the national, from the national to the elite level. So this is a point of for us to review then who's are going to start with this key point to be up. We ourselves need to do that. All right. This is another program that we have, Women Can Coach. So we developed this program again. We actually pushing more women coaches to do the sports science, and in fact, we have mentorship program. We have the Women Can Coach symposium special for women, but of course, there is a numbers of men want to join in. We actually allowing them to do that, and I love to share with you. This is a part of the promotion. Okay, it's again new era. We need to promote our team. We need to promote ourselves to be a good woman, good program, and everything by using media social, by using whatever videos, deliberate practices, and so on. We cannot keep ourselves silent at the back to say that I'm not really good enough to be a better one, and so on. So that is why our approach with a team from the National Coaching Academy, I'm the leader there. Then I have the advisory panel, Datuk Marina Chin, as a guider for me as a mentor for me to run the project, to make sure that what I'm doing in the right path. So that is why I encourage all of you to have your own mentor, to be in the position of achieve your own KPI. All right. All right. Back to our objective. There is a certain variant based on the field of the objective. So in our part today, I have 3 key points: sports coaching, executive business coaching, and life coaching. In our part today, we actually concentrate on to lead the inspired athletes to reach highest potential both on and off the field, women in sports leadership. This is a key point. But related to that, we need to drive individual organizational growth by providing strategic coaching, by life coaching, to guide individual in achieving personal growth. Because numbers of our young coaches, women coaches, they have a problem with the personal growth. When they are entered the area of coaching, they got stuck. What am I going to do? So the personal growth take part in this matter. All right? In Malaysia, we currently have a workforce only 19.8% in the registered at the Malaysian Sports Coach Registry, MSCR. So this is things that we need to take into consideration. In fact, in the picture, we have Roslinda Samsu, is our Olympian, actually a pole vaulter, transformed from the coach, from the a teacher, at the same time become a coach, and at the same time now full-time at National Sports Council to look after numbers of athletes in a pole vault. A little bit of background about the sports coaching in Malaysia. We have, since COVID 2020, previously we just only have level 1, level 2, level 3. But because of COVID, we cannot interact well face-to-face with the human. So we created the e-learning program via website, and we perform online program. From there, giving awareness among athletes, among coaches, among practitioners out there to enroll with the National Coaching Academy, and we actually emphasize the ethics, kind of competent, respect, fairness, caring, integrity, and so on into the program. And of course, in the Coaching Academy, we actually concentrating on the sports science courses, continuing coach education, leadership, best practices. We do hope by sharing the knowledge and expertise can give a better understanding about hands-on, better understanding about the deliberate practices that every coach should have in their own area. A little bit on coaching in the AKK. Our vision is to lead a sports coaching program by mission to get the competent. So the competency among coaches is not only you register or you enroll as a coach, you are automatically up into the standard that you expected. So we check on their competency, then of course, everything that we need to do, we need to have a motto, kind of beyond coaching. All right, I'm not going to push or to detail up on the objective, but National Coaching Academy affiliate under International Council for Coaching Excellence. At the same time, we actually have a good collaboration with Nippon Sports Science University. And at the same time, under the ASEAN, we actually nominated and we actually running the program on the ASEAN Center of Excellence for Sports Coaching. So we do hope that we encourage all ASEAN countries to take part in the ASEAN Center of Excellence for its sports coaching to make sure that every country have the standard, they call it a standard qualification or standard registry element or pillar that you're supposed to have at your own respective country. So, this is the AKK program. When we started the AKK program previously, we actually not go into branding. So nowadays, we need to encourage every program need to have kind of branding. Like for example, we have sports science, we have continued coach education, we have sports coaching plus, the combination between sports science and sports specific. And we have the mind the gaps. Every 2 weeks time, we have the sharing session, we have the a woman can coach program, special develop, then National Sports Council will hire us to teach more coaches at their grassroots level. And of course, we are coming up with a coach developer embedded program from the Nippon Sports Science University. So we find the program that we develop bring a better way of confidence level, the knowledge level, the expertise in terms of hands-on program and so on. So from there, this is a good point of view that I love to share with you. This is a little bit a framework of the National Coaching Academy under the Malaysia. We have the perform coach let's start coaching. For whom? For parents, for non-practitioner, get to know about what is actually sports coaching all about. So we're giving them kind of the online program. We have around 6 to 7 different subjects related to the growth and development, how to find a good athletes for the young at a young level. Do the athlete need to undergo the long-term athletes development and so on. So we have the basic education, say sports, anti-doping. Then we actually have the pillar. In Malaysia, we have a pillar from the one of the key element on the meeting with a high-level committee led by our Deputy Prime Minister. So our program is top-down. We need to encourage to do that. So we have sports science level 1, 2, and 3. We have sports specific level 1, 2, and 3 affiliate under us, under the National Sport Association. At the current moment, we have about 47 sport association plus 20 sport association under the Malaysia Olympic Council. So this program, I mean for the specific sports, in order for them to affiliate under National Coaching Academy, they need to fulfill the level 1, level 2, level 3 syllabus. We started this one ages ago, but we do a refinement of the manual last 18th of June. Then we do hope by 18th of July we will get a full manual of the sport specific. Then we can, they can apply for license C for the basic license, license B for the intermediate, and license A for the advanced. But we are going to propose for the license O for the beginner later on. All right? So this is covered by the framework that we have. Then, what level are they supposedly? The license C, basic coaching education for those coaches who look after the school, district, and clubs. And then for the license B, for the state's athletes development, and the license A, we actually expected for all national elite coach. So plus minus, we do have the advance on the international federation, uplifting with the program that related to continuing coach education and taught and share Minds the Gap series and so on. So this is keep going, moving into the ecosystem of the National Coaching Academy in Malaysia. All right, again, there's another interactive that you need to scan that I'll love to hear from you. Hang on. Okay. Okay. All right. Again. Can you scan again? All right. I would like to hear from you. All right. Okay. I would like to hear from you. Can you share with us the percentage of women in sports coaching in your country? Okay, they keep moving. I saw 30%, it's quite good. 32%, 10%. Sports coaching in your country might be related to high performance, might be related to the a grassroots level, as long as they call it as a coaching, sports coaching in your country. So, we keep moving. We can see that 32%, the highest one. We can see that numbers of 7, 17, 20, you know. This is a good move that we are doing something at the level of this. All right. Okay, we stop with it. Let them moving. But this percentage actually representative of the program that you actually created, and that might be a program that the special attachment that the coaches want to be in. All right, in general statistics in women in Malaysia, we started, I just took on the 2022, we have 20%. We have 2023, 20.2%. 2024, 20.7%. Then this year, until May, 17.4%. Why? Why this is happened? This is license activated. Along the way, started from year 2022 until 2025, we have around 3,027 who are actually enrolled as the licensing scheme in National Coaching Academy. Apart from that, only 602 actually on the woman can coach, which is a licensing. Why? Because the numbers up and down because of they started with the compulsory among the national sports, state sports association who want to hire coaches need to have the license. So everybody like, if you don't have a license, meaning that you don't get paid. So everybody like, this is the one that we want to encourage. But a part of this, our minister looking forward to activate all the numbers of license here to make sure that it look like a driving license. In order for you to train your athletes, you need to have a driving license. So this is a part that we are looking forward to encourage and to do later on. In developing female coaches is a main issue that's been brought globally. It's not only in Malaysia, but the ability towards that. You can see this is general statistic. Women in sports coaching in high performance in Malaysia. We have a national coach which equivalents foreigner and local. Women is 21, which is 18% out of the 96 of the men, which is men lead by 82%. What happened to the development coach? Development coach hired by the NNDP, National Netball Development Program, National Rugby Development Program, National Hockey Development Program, and National Football Development Program. We have a numbers of quite big, but because of most of the netball coach actually came from the women. So we have around 131 women, which is equivalent to 28%, 28.2%, and we have 332 numbers of men, which is equivalent to 71.7%. When I view the data, I'm not reaching on the, partly women football, or partly women hockey. Among women hockey, I can say that 1 out of 10 actually a man. 1 out of 10 actually a woman. So meaning that we need to push a bit more on encouraging more women into the national development program. So this is the numbers that we have in the general statistic in women. Back to the global representation in at the Paris. We have only 20% coaches in Paris game, which are Tokyo 13%. Elite level coaches remain male dominated. Many disciplines still have fewer than 10% female coaches. This is what was happened in global. What happened to the Malaysia? We have 0% women in coaching during the Olympic. We have 100%, which is 15 coaches, male coaches, during the last Olympic Paris. So this is the alert tsunami for me to push every woman in Malaysia to take up sports coaching to make sure that, not to say that our athletes safe, but at least we need to gapping the bridge. Okay? All right. A little bit on the back to the National Coaching Academy. This is license. That's normally the certificate. Then, beside the certificate that they need to come to enroll or need to attend our program, they might have their own degree level, master level, or PhD that can be exempted. So we take that into a consideration too. We have Malaysia Sports Coach Registry, MSCR, which we look forward to encourage more organization, more parents to get to know about this project, to get to know about this system. Then they can assess, is that the coach that you want to hire to train your athletes, your kids, are actually under the Malaysia Sports Coach Registry. So this is actually can be, are they licensed to be a part of the coaching ecosystem? So this can be a validation element that they can access via online. All right, online, as I always say that we're promoting our program on the Facebook, on the coaching academy, then we actually have kind of enrollment via online. At the current moment, the best enrollment that we ever had is within 3 minutes, and this one within 3 minutes for 60 participants, within 3 minutes. So meaning that we're promoting the program towards the practitioner out there and show to them that how important our license in order for them to start with. All right? So we have a program, what we call it Women Can Coach, Coaching Science, Fitness and Health Symposium Virtual Edition year 2021. For this program, we brought 28 professional speakers, 24 great presentation, 4 international speakers, and 24 professional local speakers. We have breakup session via online, so we have numbers of speakers here. Then beside that, we have woman to woman. We're not saying that we just only do special for women, but in the woman to woman, we have a breakup session to have kind of hands-on program. How do they start with the basic warm-up, for example? How do they start with the good nutrition intake that they're supposed to do before, during, and after? So most of the program that actually lead by practitioner. So we also have the International Coaching Symposium on the coaching and beyond November 2024. So beside promoting that, for the purpose of ASEAN, we established the program which has been run on the ASEAN COE for Sports Coaching Roundtable Convention on the Sports Coaching 2025 for last 13 to 15 May at Zenith Putrajaya. So from there, our purpose is actually to encourage all the country. If just for your information, in the current region here, only Malaysia and Singapore do have the National Coaching Academy, Sports Singapore, and so on. So we encourage all ASEAN countries to have your own unit in order for you to bring up the numbers of coaches at your own level, local level. So a part of the resolution that we have from the roundtable program, we established coaching academy or department in every country within the ASEAN, Association of Southern ASEAN Nation. Region could be significant impact. Then we have SOMs. We want to report back to the SOMs what actually we've been achieved by doing the resolution. And of course, establishing ASEAN COE as a regional ICCE affiliated and accredited partner. This is the one that actually I proposed to the International Council for Coaching Excellence. As a result from this is statement made by, before that, this is a part of the promotion that we are going to have next September. We have the coach developer program led by NSSU and two from Malaysia. And then we are going to have Badminton World Federation coaching course, which is 2 representative ex-athlete at every country to come and take up the BWF coaching course level 1 free of charge. So we are actually looking forward to do that. As long as you are cooperate with Malaysia and with the ASEAN country, we are most welcome for you to join in. So, back to the result that I proposed from the ICCE, what they're supposed to do. Based on the Secretary General during the session, create an ICCE ASEAN working group under the leadership of ICCE board member, which is me. Contact IOC Solidarity about the ASEAN COE for sports coaching and future plan related to coach development. And we actually looking forward to embedded the program kind of global coaches houses in what we are doing during the Commonwealth Games, during the Olympic Games, to have to encourage Thailand and Malaysia to proceed with the organization of the small-scale SEA Games coaches house in 2025 and 2027, respectively. This is a request made by the ICCE. Then, of course, we are actually support all future COE event in 2025 in Malaysia. This is a good point of view that ICCE brought to us, then provide educational resources, professional advice, and global communication via ICCE channel and event. So I'm glad to have this slide and to show it to you. This is what the International Council for Coaching Excellence come out with the result as a result from the our request. All right. Again, if you are available and want to join the 15th Global Coaches Conference that will be held at the Athens, Greece, November 20 to 23rd of the November 2025. Yeah, so the coach is a fast advancing technological society developing skill for 2030 and beyond. So this is the theme of the ICCE. All right, it's not terima kasih again, that's a part of this one. So this is the one that we actually promoting. And of course, again, we want to know about the diversity in the women can coach at your own country. Before that, you need to have more women coaches and more coaches by doing thinking and operating that with a different talent pool and skill from the different background. We need to have that. We need to have our own athletes, our own coaches who are actually up into the standard that we want. Then, being a coach is not only coaching. We are looking at solving problem and decision making. Numbers of coaches where we found out they be silent, they be deaf during the competition. Why? Because they don't feel like, is that my decision made by me? Is that a correct decision or not correct decision and so on. So that's a part. Awareness among women in coaching. Of course, the key point, I tried to give a campaign to you about the video. So I do hope that you need to have the campaign event related to the International Women's Day, related to the World Coaches Day and so on, Women Can Coach program and so on. We have education and mentorship program by offering, encouraging, there's elements that you need to show. And then policy, this is a top-down policy that I want everybody to encourage to get more funding, more program, more creative and innovation program towards a woman in coaching. And media and storytelling, this is the most important part that we want to share a success story among women coaches in blog, in a website, in IG, in TikTok. And of course, we need to have a better media coverage of the women in coaching rules. The views of women in coaching. People might say that the progress and visibility, how do we go about it? We need to have the growing representation. We need to have a high-profile example among our coaches to push persistent challenges, the gender bias. Everybody keep talking about gender bias, lack of opportunity, work-life balance. They cannot fully concentrate 100% in coaching without checking on the other work-life balance, kind of family, kind of social circle, and so on. We need to have a policy intervention, changing attitude. We need to have all of this. And of course, voices, as Michelle did mention, voices of the women coaches is the most important part. All right, so this is the views on the women in coaching. A little bit a Breaking Barriers success story I'd love to share with you. I had the one woman can coach program a year back, I think about 1 or 2 years ago. This is all about empathy initiative, a karate coach journey in East Coast, Malaysia. A dedicated female karate coach in East Coast Malaysia who managed a club with 15 young athletes was recently approached by a concerned parents. So, the parents had already enrolled 2 of her sons in the club and inquired whether her third son, who is in the autism spectrum, can enroll into a program. At the first point, the coach hesitated without prior experience, working with the children with autism. She felt uncertain about her ability to accommodate the children's needs effectively. So there is a point. However, deeply moved by the mother's sincerity and hope, the coach agreed on the condition that the parent would be present and fully involved during every training session to support the process because they do not know anything about autism. Motivated to do the best, the coach went further and she attended a session at the local autism association, right, to learn how to better understanding and support autism children in sports setting. So her proactive approach shows a commitment not just to the child, but to her own growth as a coach. This is why we need women. And the results were encouraging. The autistic boy displayed no disruptive behavior and participated smoothly in training. This success has not only built the coach confident, but also opened the door for more inclusive practices in her club. So this is something that I took as a very good point of view. Regardless, the coach is just only for a club coach. It's not only a high performance coach. So from there, you can see the mindset among us. Some roles make us confused, of course. Sometimes I'm sitting, I'm standing in front here, I'm confused because in front of me I have numbers of coaches who actually bring up the point that I'm raised here. But we have to go on. We have to go on. So, problem into solution. Where are we going in Malaysia? Women in sports coaching establishment. We have level 1, like I did mention. We have coaching. We do actually created the coaching course grant. Stated at the coaching course grant must be 30% of women and ex-athletes participation for the National Sport Association. This is the key point that we encourage more women into the coaching. Women's Symposium, I do mention just now, we have 905 out of 1,059 registered as a woman. So I can see the demand. Women to Women Symposium, 165 out of 170 are women in that Women's Symposium. And International Coaching Symposium, we have 69 out of 171 numbers of participation. So, as a general phrases, women in coaching, a clean, commonly used phrase for the initiative, titles, or discussion. And how to expand or more descriptive option. The advancement of the women in coaching roles we need to bring up. We need to have the empowerment women in coaching, increasing female representative in coaching, at the same time developing women leaders in coaching, as we spoke before. And of course, another part is supporting women pathway into coaching careers. So this is the key point that I think that everybody should take into consideration on the expanded descriptive option. So, positive mindset for women to continue coaching. You need to brand yourself. You need to branding yourself by saying something good. I will achieve great things. I am proud to be me. I recognize all of my positive attributes. And with each in breath, I draw in new energy to propel me forward. Okay, part of positive mindset. Again, breaking barriers on the success story. We have Siti Rahma Muhammad Nasir, Pencak Silat, National Women Coaches Award 2024. Part of before they entered into a coaching, she was 15 years representing Malaysia as an athlete, international Pencak Silat athletes. And their goals is, my goals as a coach is to bring positive change to the sports and to help shape a new generation of athletes, both male and female, to reach their full potential. So this is a good word that come out from the Siti Rahmah. I'm not going into interactive anymore, but the later one, we have another interactive. Commonly reported reason excuses for low participation of the women in coaching. We actually giving them opportunity as the organizational. But excuses come one by one saying that before this, because I do not have the opportunity. But we giving you opportunity, but the excuses, I don't have enough time. I'm not experienced or qualified enough, compare myself to the man. There are no opportunities for me. Again, we're preparing you such big program, but there is no opportunity. Coaching is a male-dominated field. I wouldn't be taken seriously. It's not a stable or rewarding career. I don't want to deal with the politic or toxic environment. That what was happened globally. The excuses that commonly reported for the women participation in coaching. Barriers, always saying that gender bias, opportunity for advancement, lack of support. What about the reflection? Do women coaching do the reflection on their performance? Do they actually enhancing their knowledge from time to time? So this is barriers that we are looking at. So the solution is about you turn or my turn. You answer yourself. You turn or my turn. It depends on you how you take it, the solution towards a main mindset. Right. Why women love sports? Numbers of them saying that making positive impact, passion for sports, empowering others, personal growth, sense of community, challenges and dynamic work, opportunity to break barriers. But by the end of the day, whatever love statement that you made for sports, for coaching, you need to have learn, apply, and reflect. In my session, I always say that because Malaysia culture is all about food, I love to use the one key point, PIE, planning, implementation, and evaluate. So in this screen, beside the PIE, we need to learn, we need to apply, then we need to reflect. So this is the key element that we can share with. All right. As a woman in sports, as the women leadership team, our mindset need to say kind of, sometimes we go the wrong way. We should just turn around. Back to the statement earlier, PIE, planning, implementation, then evaluate. When you evaluate good, you increase the difficulty. When you are evaluated wrongly, you adjust it according or diagnose it according the needs that you're supposed to have. What people don't see, what people see. What people don't see is desire, passion, focus, effort, training, everything there. Everything there. But what people want to judge you, this is the podium numbers. Rank number 1, 2, or 3 for this woman. Rank number 1, 2, or 3. But by the end of the day, do they know about courage? Do they know about the feedback? Do they know about the failure, hard work, blood, sweat, and tears that you are facing with? So this is holistic element as a coach they need to get into it. Being a coach, we sacrifice a lot. We put all the puzzle into their athletes. It's not only for women coach, that's actually including the men's coach. All right? And then a little bit takeaways. Women in Malaysia making significant contribution for coaches. Many utilize their credential like advanced degree or elite playing experience. And of course, another point of view that I think everybody should have is a role modeling, encouraging future generation of girls to pursue their coaching as a career path. And the solution from you turn or my turn is learn, apply, and reflect. So that's the takeaways. And I have another one interactive, active learning. Let's move and enjoy yourself. And I do hope my team from National Sport Institute to be in front of me before we end and before a Q&A session. All right? So I hope that everybody can stand up. We have another session. Everybody can stand up? Yeah.
We're gonna get funky, 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 funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out.
You
To
can
the
make
left.
a pair if you like
Take
to
it
do
back now,
that.
y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. Get funky with it. Oh, yeah. Come on. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 5 hops this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Right foot again. Left foot again. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Freeze! Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Check it out, y'all. How low can you go? Can you go down low? All the way to the floor?
Come on.
How low can you go?
Oh my God.
Can you bring it to the top?
Depending on your
Like
ability,
it never,
yeah.
never stop? Can you bring it to the top? One hop. Right foot now. Left foot now, y'all. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Reverse. Reverse. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Cha-cha now, y'all. Cha-cha again. Cha-cha now, y'all. Cha-cha again. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. Two hops, two hops. Two hops, two hops. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Charlie Brown. Hop it out now. Slide to the right. Slide to the left. Take it back now, y'all. Cha-cha now, y'all. Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you from me. I hope you enjoy it.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wanur Afzan, for the wonderful presentation, very energetic. All right, okay, now we go to the Q&A. Any questions? Any question from the delegates, from the participants?
Or you want to dance again?
I hope you guys are feeling okay. Have a sip of water.
So we have a more time for them to rest then.
Oh, yeah.
So that is why no question.
Okay, any question on the floor? Okay, we good? Okay,
Yes,
that's one
Michelle.
question. Yes.
Thank you, Afzan.
Yep.
The question I have for you, and it relates to all the ASEAN countries, how do you think they can work to get more allies on board to help them? Because there's many people in the room, and there are men in the room, but sometimes we need for the men to open the doors and to be allies for us. So what suggestions do you have for them?
All right. Thanks, Michelle. That is why we had the Roundtable Convention last May, that we encourage all the ASEAN countries to have their own special unit beside Malaysia and Singapore that we have. We want to show the modeling of Singapore and modeling of Malaysia to be a part into the program. So that is why during the Roundtable Convention, we are not only inviting women, but we inviting a gender mainstreaming over there. So numbers of them actually agree in a first position, but I'm going to have a follow-up program with them on the 3rd of July via online. And beside that, the Japan Sports Agency actually created the special program to have a look on the establishment of the centers of the coaching in their respective country. Then from there, we are going to add value on the pushing women in coaching into their own program. So I do hope that the full commitment among the ASEAN country in order to push your own country to have the special program for women in sports coaching. And of course in women in sports. Yep.
Right, any more questions? All right. Okay, if not, thank you so much, Afzan. Kindly remain on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Marina Chin, Chairman of National Sport Institute of Malaysia, to present a memento of appreciation to Miss Wan Nur Ramzan. Thank you, Yang Bahagia Datuk Marina Chin and Miss Afzan. Kindly to your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we go for our afternoon break, we have a special celebration. We would like to wish, the organizer would like to wish happy birthday to Sharifah Shahida, participants from Malaysia. Can we call the birthday girl? Sharifah Shahida. Who is Sharifah Shahida? Are you here? I'll be toilet. Is she around?
Happy birthday to you.
Is she around? Yes or no?
Happy birthday.
Oh, she went to the ladies. Okay. I think we just sing a song for her. All right? Or maybe we just stop here and then we sing the song to her later when she's here. Okay? All right. We have a break and I think we'll come back at 4:15. We'll be back here in the hall 4:15 for our last speaker, for our last presentation. Okay? Thank you.
Beauty of Asean shines so bright, standing strong in the light. From dawnlit shores to twilight skies, together spirits high. Rhythms echo
Ladies and gentlemen, for the registration, please scan the QR code on the screen.
The beauty of Asean shines so bright, standing strong in the light. From dawnlit shores to twilight skies, together spirits high. Rhythms echo, voices sing, a symphony of hearts within. Kindness flows in every kind. Hand in hand we bond together. Oh, ASEAN, united we stand alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, the organizer will share the slide presentation of all the speakers at the end of today, the end of the program today. So the organizer will share the slides presentation. Thank you.
ASEAN, our land.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the final speaker of today's program, it is our honor to welcome a truly accomplished leader in sports, Madam Jodie Cameron from New Zealand. Madam Cameron is a highly respected basketball coach and leadership mentor with a deep commitment to developing women in sports. She currently leads the national Tihapaitanga program under High Performance Sports New Zealand, which is dedicated to supporting and advancing female coaches across the country. She is also the head coach and co-owner of the BNZ Kahu basketball team, New Zealand's first fully women-owned professional sports team. With a remarkable player career spanning over 2 decades, Madam Cameron represented New Zealand's national women's team, the Tall Ferns, earning 79 international caps, competing at the 2004 Athens Olympic Games and securing a silver medal at the 2006 Commonwealth Games. This afternoon, she will be sharing her insights on topic Minds Behind the Nation's Top Coaching Stories, International Best Practice. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Jodie Cameron.
Oh, that is loud, isn't it? This is the first time I've used one of these, so I'll get used to it very quickly. As you heard, kia ora and warm greetings. I'm honoured to stand here before you today at the Asean Conference and share my journey, our journey in Aotearoa, New Zealand. This kōrero is about leadership, visibility, and carving paths, not just for ourselves, but for others. I invite you to walk with me along Te Ara Whakamua, the path ahead, leading women forward in coaching. This journey is about identity systems and legacy. Ko wai o, who am I? Bear with me, I don't usually say this, but in my country, and if you are of Māori heritage, you have a pepeha. And it goes something like this. Te uru ahu no, te tai tokoro, ko te parawhau, ko te ore wai, uku hapu, ko ngā pui, ko Ngāti Hene, uku iwi, ko Stuart Cameron toku papa, ko Mata Cameron toku mama, ko Jodie Cameron aho, tēnā koutou katoa. and it's usually followed by a waiata. So I'm putting myself out there because I've put myself out there for this whole conference, and I'm going to sing a waiata. It's a little one. Karanga karanga ranga waiata whānau e. Unuhia I tari tō te hara ke keihia te ko mako e ko. Whakatai rangitia, rere ki uta, rere ki tai. Nau I ki mai, he aha te mea nui. Māku e ki atu, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. And again, that talks about the flax cutting, weaving, who are we, our land, our people. And at the end, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. New Zealand is about the people, the people, the people. I just want to talk a little bit about these pictures up here. And I get a little bit emotional because I'm an emotional being. And I'm not scared to get emotional, and I'm not scared to cry. I've found that that has helped me through my journey as an athlete, but especially as a coach and a leader, because it shows to the people that I'm leading or coaching that I can be vulnerable with them. So up here on the left, that's me. You can see in the back corner. I'm a bit younger then. I didn't have to dye my hair because it was going grey. But that's me on the international stage in full coach mode, serious, everybody's celebrating, and I'm thinking the next move because I'm waiting for the head coach to the right of that picture coming up to me and go, what's next? I'm ready. I have to be ready for him. I was the assistant of the Tall Ferns. I've been out a year, but my job was to make sure that his coaching philosophy was paramount and that he had all the answers that I could give him and watched everything he couldn't. He was an excellent, excellent mentor. I also am a facilitator here. You've seen my big hair. There's my big hair again. So all the action photos of me in our organisation I don't like them. We're meant to be visible, so I put up with it. But personally, you know, the only way I'm going to make that better is if I become an athlete again. That's not going to happen. So that's me, having somebody up, questioning, facilitating in a classroom environment. Down here is me coaching the B&Z Kahu on year 1. There's no one in the background, but our stadium is full these days. We're in year 4. Begging my players to get this thing right. I don't sit in front of them, I don't kneel, I be with them. They're engaged. That is an action photo of me coaching. We didn't win that year, we lost in the finals, we pretty much had a straight run in the league. But I'm into my 4th year of coaching the Kahu. I love it. It's a privilege and honour, and I never thought I'd be there. I'd never thought as an athlete in basketball that I would be a coach one day in basketball and that I would be a part of a franchise. And then that's me to the left, and actually this girl on the right with my right, your left, here, I've got a, oh, that's my daughter. That's my baby daughter. So she's been in the Kahu. She's coming back into the Kahu this year. She's 25. She's been to America on a scholarship. She's very independent. I've never had to do one thing for her outside of my duty as a mother in terms of getting where she wants to go. I'm very grateful for her. And she's the baby of the family. So I have 3 children here. These are the oldest. But anyway, back to this picture. That's Lisa Carrington, that's Joe Card, the GM. That's Cody, and that's me. And we had a photo shoot because we brought on another co-owner, Lisa Carrington, Olympic medalist for New Zealand. And now I'm a co-owner of the franchise team that I started coaching 3 years ago. So that's been amazing. I never thought that would happen. I never thought it, I never dreamt it.
And it's just been an absolute honor and privilege and really humbling to have this opportunity to do so. And then up here, last week, I was in Rotorua. If you've been to New Zealand, Rotorua with all the geysers, it smells. We all spent the 3 nights in here in the marae, Tapuura Huruhuru Marae. And last year we took a cohort of Te Apaitanga coaches to do their final residential in there. And a coach that was inside the cohort said, I want to do this. I want to be a leader and facilitate. This is my land, this is my people, I've got expertise here. So it took us a year, and this is the first time with myself and Victoria Grant there, ex-Blackfern, full female facilitation of a residential. So for the last 3 years, I've always had males with me co-leading or facilitating. We did it around Matariki, which is a special Māori New Year in New Zealand, and we did it around Maramataka, which was all a calendar based on the land, the stars, and how you navigate your life around that. So she was in holiday mode with her kids having a holiday, and it was a perfect time for her. But that's what I did last week. Oh, go back. That's what I did last week. 72 hours of no sleep, preparation, facilitation, 8 coaches, full on, back-to-back questions, letting them go inside the program. And then lastly, oh no, not lastly, but here's my children. That's Jason. I had her when I was 19. What was I thinking? I should have gone on an American scholarship. So I've done life backwards. So I'm a testament of things that if it's not in order, you can make the order up as you go. You don't have to have a perfect order. This is my son, Cassian. He's 27. He's engaged to a Filipino Hawaiian. We have a wedding in our family this year. We're so excited. And this is my baby girl, this one down here, Keely, 25. Doesn't talk to me much unless she wants something. But I appreciate her. Keeps me very current. And lastly, I want to talk about this picture here. It's a bit blurry, but you can get the gist. This is all my whānau, my family. This is who makes me. I never forget about these people. There's my mum. She's all about the mokos, her grandchildren. She's Māori Niuean. There's my dad. He's Scottish English. That's where I get my hair from. The Scottish curls. Now, it used to be ringlets until I started to brush it out. Thank goodness. But I just wanted to highlight that even though we're always leading or presenting ourselves, we're putting ourselves in these positions, we're more than just our titles. All these things make me up of who I am today, and I could add a whole lot more photos, but that would be giving too much away. So before I was a coach, I was a daughter, a mother, and a connector, and our stories live in our bloodlines, and mine brought me here today. Why do I coach? When I reflect on why I coach, it always circles back to my own journey as an athlete. There I am. You might not recognize me. Oh, getting used to it. I'm a third of my size. I enjoyed those days where I could fit anything. It wasn't just about wearing the jersey or showing up to a competition. It was about everything in between. Being an athlete, the unseen hours, the work done far away from the spotlight. I remember being handed a training program after a national team competition, one that laid out everything from my conditioning blocks to skill development to when I needed to hit specific strength targets. It wasn't glamorous. It was hill sprints at 6 a.m., individual shooting sessions late at night, learning how to push through fatigue mentally and physically. That structure didn't just build my body, it built my discipline. And now as I coach, I see how vital those follow-up systems are. I'm not just planning for what happens in camp or at games or in trainings. I'm planning for how athletes grow between those. That might mean designing a 6-week skill block that targets their offhand layups, building a progressive S&C load up towards season starts with the S&C trainer, or setting tactical review checkpoints where they watch footage and send feedback and reflections to myself. These are the milestones. Not just are they training, but are they progressing? Can they now complete sets of clean tarp lifts at their target load? Has their shooting percentage improved off the movement? It's a basketball thing. Have they hit their aerobic threshold targets by the end of the block? Now, I'm not the trainer delivering that, but I'm overseeing that and making sure I'm having those conversations through the trainer back to the athlete. These things matter, and they don't just happen by chance. So my job as a coach is to give clarity and consistency, to hand them the plan, to teach them how to follow it, but from there, it's up to the athlete. They have to apply it, own it, and ask questions. And that's a great check as a coach if your athletes aren't coming back to you with questions. Do they do the extras? Do the extras, because potential only becomes performance when both sides step up. That's why I coach, to provide the structure and belief I once received, and to honor the shared responsibility it takes to build an athlete. We're not just shaping players, we're shaping habits, mindset, and growth that lasts long after the jersey comes off. Oh, a sec. I didn't see coaches who looked like me growing up, but it took years to find my voice in spaces I wasn't expected to be in. I coach now to ensure that the next generation doesn't wait that long. Yeah. But who do we see? And who are they? When we ask young athletes who they see as coaches, their answer often reveals the gap. Equity starts with reflection, not of who leads, but who is visible, who is being invited into the frame. So if this is the reflection, and this is who we see in the coaching mirror, then the next question is, what are we doing about it? In New Zealand, we knew we needed more than just awareness. We needed action. That's where Te Hapatanga began. It's more than the program, it's a collective responsive to the gap, a movement grounded in identity, visibility, and growth. So what is Te Hapatanga? The definition from Māori to English, is to lift and to raise. It is our national coach development initiative for women. It blends Indigenous wisdom with high performance learning. But more than a program, it's a community of practice where women grow in visibility, capability, and confidence. just check the sound's up.
Empowering, all those wonderful adjectives to describe a move, a shift within myself and within my whānau Te Hāpaitanga. You know, everybody's shifted. There's not one person that's stayed stagnant. It should also be called the shift, you know.
Te Hāpaitanga is a place which we've all come together as high-performance female coaches to really raise and uplift our skill sets, our connections, and kind of propel us for a future in high-performance sport.
Sport can be a reflection of society, or it can lead society. I'm hoping that the people that we're dealing with will become leaders in sport, and that they'll take on the responsibility of designing sport in such a way that it's positive to the community.
The relationships, the discussion, the sharing of emotions. In high performance sport, to have so many women in one room in a learning context is unique.
Even though we're all in the same holistic environment, you come in and you put your lens on what that kaupapa looks like, to pick and choose what you feel is right for you at the time. It works with you, it doesn't work against you. Te Hāpaitanga wraps himself around that particular person in that moment. You know, the journey is different for everybody.
We believe in diversity in every sense. When we're choosing the people to go on Te Hāpaitanga, there are several things we're looking for: their capacity to learn, where the aspiration of the coaches and their longevity may be in the sport. I believe having people in the room from different angles and different lenses, different sports, adds value to everybody. But that also means strong facilitation, so that everybody feels welcome, that their contribution is valuable, that they will be listened to. It doesn't matter if people don't agree. It's part of the process and the tension that's needed to make things better.
The residentials are set up to lay a foundation of thinking, a foundation of reflection, and then the mentors and the coaches can go back and apply it in their own context and own environment.
For me, it was my awakening moment. It's an environment to dig deep into really what my roots were, what my non-negotiables were as a person. And Te Hāpaitanga, in my view, was the soil that nurtures my root system. You know, it's full of all the nutrients and everything that you need for growth. It's not always in a nice little square. It's organic, it's beautiful.
I could see where I wanted to get to, but I couldn't quite see how to get there. Te Hāpaitanga has given me the tools and the vision to see exactly how I fit into that pathway now.
I'm very clear with my purpose and the values that sit in that high performance environment for these players. Again, it's my non-negotiable. It's become their non-negotiable, because I've seen in the last 6 months the physical growth, but also the cultural shift that's happened in the team.
We summited to Mount Olivier and stayed in Mueller Hut. From that mountain experience, I found a lot of joy. I'm someone that loves mountains, and I just connected with that really personally. All of this energy that's happening around you, nature is just being itself, and having to find your inner strength while this is all happening. I kind of had to get fit. I had to do the mahi, and I had to put myself back in the athlete's shoes of, this isn't easy, and there was some really hard work facing our fears. And doing that, I really had to spend time with myself. That to me just related so much into high performance coaching, where it is chaos.
We sit alongside the coach and support them in their journey.
The mentors are there to make sure that the coach is supported, particularly emotionally, and they're chosen because of their experiences in high performance sport, and they've all been long-standing coaches.
I think they see someone who's been there, they've done that, they've maybe experienced some of the hardships. I think that gives them power.
This program has helped me in my environments and helped shape me into a better coach for the future. It has made me a better leader, a better communicator, and I'm able to collaborate and facilitate better. It's been tough, absolutely, but I've really enjoyed and accepted that challenge that's come with it.
If I was to take my biggest learning, it's a moment with Lynn, who told me over a cup of tea and a soggy biscuit that lasted about 5 hours. I remember at the time thinking, preventative coaching, what is that? What is that? Because at the time I thought being a solution-focused coach was a good thing. When I actually looked into it, it was good to have solutions for problems that arose, but even better to prevent those problems from happening. And that filtered across to my family, my children, my fellow coaches and the players.
The athletes deserve them to be the best version of themselves, And that means understanding high performance, being able to put words to who they are as an identity and to have a strong value base that they can work off. It's really exciting because I have a belief that people should be in charge of who they are and they own their learning and they go where they want to go. And so that's a very important ethos in Te Hapatanga. It starts from who you are, knowing yourself and where do you want to go, and then developing the skill and the drive to actually get to that place. We need strong leaders in the community who are really clear about who they are, what they're trying to achieve, and what sport can do positively for the community.
There's so much learning, some of it directed and kind of implicit, and some of it you kind of have to go with the flow a little bit.
You're going to learn more about yourself and the way that you can be you in the world of high performance sport.
I think if you've got the ability to allow that into your life without expectation, then you get the biggest growth from a journey like Te Hapatanga. If you're here to see what else life can bring you, to see what your branches can look like, jump into Te Hapatanga.
Every time I watch that, I'm reminded this isn't just a program, it's a movement. A living, breathing network of women, or wahine as we say in New Zealand, who are changing the face of high performance coaching in Aotearoa. And when I say high performance, these women are also coaching their club teams, their children, their high school teams, so the career coaches. So let's bring some of those stories to the surface. The faces, the courage, the reflections. What does Te Hapatanga look like in real life, on real courts, in real moments of doubt and growth? The next few slides are a window into that. The coaches from across New Zealand who are part of this movement, their words, their presence, their leadership. Each of these women presents a step in our spiral, not just moving forward, but growing outward and into view. What you see here is what belief and opportunity look like when woven with intent. As you look at these images and statements, I think these ones have got statements, maybe not, I'll read the statements. Think about what stands out, not just what they do, but who they are becoming and what this tells us about the kind of coaching systems we're building. When belief meets investment, visibility becomes inevitable. These women are no longer waiting to be seen, they are choosing to lead. Te Hapatanga is not a straight path, it's a woven journey, one where each coach brings her own thread, her own colour, and her own fire. Each of these women has disrupted a system, not with noise, but with presence, with courage, and with connection. Every photo is a moment of breakthrough, not just for them, but for every young woman who will walk in their footsteps. Te Hapatanga is more than development, it's movement, momentum, and mana made visible through women who lead with purpose. Behind every coach here is a whakapapa, genealogy, of struggle, strength, and transformation. Their leadership isn't an accident, it's a collective triumph. This is what happens when potential is matched with support. We don't just grow coaches, we grow systems of belonging. You've seen the faces and heard the voices. Now let's ground their growth in what guides us. At the heart of Te Hapatanga are 3 po, or pillars, the foundations that shape every experience in the program. These pillars are more than outcomes. They are commitments to build confidence, to grow visibility, and to strengthen coaching capability. Our design centred on the 3 pillars: visibility, how we step forward and stay there; capability, how we grow the skill; and confidence, how we hold presence. Which of these do you need most? Is it visibility, seen, heard, and shaping the future? Is it capability, skilled, trusted, and leading with intent? Or is it confidence, owning her voice and taking space in the system? When these pillars are nurtured, when wahine, women coaches, stand tall in their confidence, are seen in their roles, and equipped with tools to thrive, the impact doesn't stop with them. It extends outward to their athletes, to their communities, and across the sports system. That's the ripple effect of Te Apatanga. So let's take a look at what happens when one coach is empowered, and how that energy moves through others. The ripple effect. When I was putting this up, I thought I had to present to SLT. And I'm on my 5th cohort, just to say that this top bullet point here. I've been involved with 60 women in the last 3.5 years, and continue to do so in a mentorship state after they have finished their time with the Te Apatanga program. But then I had to go and present to SLT, and I want to share the story. I had 30 minutes because SLT and managers are very busy. Te Apatanga is a tiny program in the whole ecosystem of high performance sport. It's also a women's program. And I was really, really happy to present that 51% progression with high HP roles, which didn't only mean coaching, but in high performance management roles and leadership roles. And I knew then, had a little insight about how Te Apatanga not only created coaches, but was creating leaders. But when I walked into this meeting with SLT, the first thing I got asked was, "So Jodie, is this a leadership program?" I hadn't even gotten onto the first slide. I paused as a male. The second question he asked me was like, "Oh, is that a spelling mistake?" I paused, which I often do. I have spelling mistakes, but it doesn't bother me because I know what I'm talking about. And I said, and why I'm sharing the story is because it was so hard to go in front of SLT, the senior leadership team, and present the facts. I knew I was going to get bombed. I just felt the weight on my shoulders about having to turn up and justify all the funding that we had. But then I went away, and how I got to 51%, I couldn't believe it was 51%. I mean, I don't have time to sit around and do the math. I'm dealing with people every day. I'm taking calls from coaches and in action. So that's not my forte. I have a few people that do that for me. But I thought, I'd only been in the program less than 3 years as a leader, and this was our retention rate, and it was huge. It's huge. So the other 49% are still coaching, just not in high performance or in performance environments, but they are still coaching. So this is our ripple effect. And the other beauty of this is the cross-coding, the coaches in 15 sports, including 2 new Olympic sports that are being announced that we put coaches through in this cohort recently, in squash and skateboarding. I'm so excited for them because they tried to come into the program before the announcement and they were declined because they weren't a podium sport. And now I've got a squash coach and a skateboard coach. Who would have thought, going to the Olympics? I can see you smiling there. So good, so good. And the alumni, really proud of this. As I shared before, Victoria being a facilitator. So now we have coaches coming in and being leaders and giving back. So we have that mentoring system going on and the high performance coaches coming back, but they're also shaping what NSO strategies are about in their leadership. So anyway, back to just to close off the going into the room with the SLT, I got a compliment. You know, you're a woman. I'll just be honest, I was a woman. I'm unseen in the room. Well, I am, because I'm the only one with this here in the organisation. So I'm seen like that. But they came back, not in the meeting, but individually to me at my desk and said, well done, I didn't know I was doing so well. And it's not sort of their job, everyone's busy, but I thought, okay, I've got to let them know more information. And that triggered me to say, I'm not sharing enough. I'm not letting them know all the impact that we're having. I'm not letting them know that these women are in the system. That was on me as a lead. So what's next? Here, you know, this is our emerging momentum. Alumni now leading in national programs and mentoring others. They're coming back into the fold and giving back. Cross-code collaboration, becoming the new norm. It's normal. More Māori Pacifica, that's me, that's my people. And regional coaches entering into high-performance pathways, because we all know when you can see it, you can be it. Conversation shifting from access to system transformation. Those emerging moments show us glimpses, signals that something is shifting in our system at least. But beyond the moments that are real, beyond the moments are the real people, the coaches living this journey. So let's move from insight to impact and hear some of the real stories and shifts that are happening within Te Hapatanga program. And as we do so, go through, think about these reflections. These are the reflections straight from the women's mouths of a survey. So real stories and real shift. Facilitator anchored, so I changed the name. There's a specific name for the facilitators. I've just put facilitator, it could be Mary, Joe. Facilitator anchored the opening space with a workshop grounded in storytelling, identity and cultural reflection. Her facilitation created psychological safety and offered a cultural affirmation entry point for coaches to explore their own journeys as women in high performance coaching. Now I know who that coach was, even though I know, because she was the only Pacifica woman in the room. And it was the first time that she felt safe. So each woman brings their own journey. Some walked in unsure and now lead national teams. Others have changed their whole sport. These stories remind us that when women rise, whole systems shift. I've already started mind mapping and planning delivery. I'll use this to inform how I run selection camps, ensuring athletes understand expectations. Thinking bigger with campaign planning for working with squads and teams, considering the impact of all elements. Stronger coaching networks and mentorship. Coaches involved in Te Hapatanga benefit from peer support, experienced mentors and NSO sponsors, creating lasting professional relationships that extend beyond the program. I know I need to work on a variety of things to improve as a coach. Some people don't feel like they can tell me things. I want to change that and use the survey to grow. Communication with athletes is something I want to get better at as a coach. Improved athlete experiences and performance. With more skilled female coaches in high performance environments, athletes gain access to diverse coaching perspectives and enhanced development opportunities. Hearing stories of previous and current Te Hapatanga recipients was really valuable. Made me feel like change is possible in my own sport. It was empowering to hear how someone had integrated the learning and made an impact. The program elevates the profile of women in coaching, reinforcing their value in leadership roles and inspiring the next generation. The stories are powerful and they're uniquely ours, but they also sit within a wider global context. And around the world, women in high-performance coaching are rising, but the barriers which have been highlighted today remain stubborn. So how does Te Hāpatanga compare? Where are the leading and where are we leading and where can we still grow? So let's take a look at how our journey aligns with some of the global trends that I've picked up with listening and seeing what is around ASEAN and where it stands apart. So where are we aligned and where we stand apart? And this is what I picked up at what we do. Program philosophy, Indigenous informed, relational, cohort-based. Australia, structured leadership, tiers, high performance focus. ASEAN, diverse, some centralised, some grassroots. Focus areas, visibility, confidence and capability. Australia, leadership training, women in sport policy. ASEAN, scholarships, access, participation. Yes. Now the challenges. Visibility in male-dominated pathways. It's my life. Australia, retention beyond entry points. ASEAN, cultural norms and sustained engagement. And success enablers, mentoring, culture, wraparound support. Australia, policy backing, national alignment. ASEAN, government investment, strong women's units. Very good. We learned a lot by listening across borders. The best outcomes didn't come from replicating. They came from adapting what works to the realities of each context. So what does great coaching look like now across contexts? Coaching best practice today, Te Hāpatanga, patterns, principles and possibilities. As we reflect on these different approaches from New Zealand to ASEAN, one thing becomes clear. Good coaching isn't tied to one system, but great coaching, it leaves patterns. Whether you're working with Olympic athletes, school teams, or regional programs, the best coaching stories share common threads. So let's explore. What does coaching best practice actually look like in today's world? And how do we honour culture, context, and change while we're doing it? Peer learning and mentorship. Tuakana Taina, learning together, growing stronger. The Tuakana Taina model teaches us that learning is reciprocal. In Te Hāpatanga, we embrace mentoring as mutual. Everyone brings value. This multi-concept of reciprocal learning honours both leadership and humility. I think it's beautifully aligns with the Southeast Asian collectivist values of your outer youth dynamic and peer mentorship traditions. So I've got some tips. I thought, how can I make this like some takeaway? And I thought, well, this is what we do. We establish peer buddy systems. We share both the struggles and solutions. And we honour everyone's place in the learning cycle. And I have a question for you guys. What's one coaching practice you've introduced in the last 12 months that's made a difference and why? Sorry, I just want to know how many coaches have we got in the room? Can you put your hand up? Any coaches? I'm so blind. I can't even see. I can see 2 there and 2 here. So not many. So we've got a lot of leaders, a lot of facilitators, a lot of decision makers, a lot of policy makers in the room. You could apply that to yourself. In best practice, what are you introducing to make those things work with coaches and your organization? What have you done in the last 12 months that's made a difference and why? Coaching is a relational practice. Relationships first, building trust before tactics. It's very Kiwi. I'm very comfortable with it. Strong coaching environments are grounded in trust and care. In Te Hapatanga, we begin with whakawhanaungatanga, and that means building strong relationships. Trust isn't built through technical expertise, it's earned through presence and care. Some of our biggest shifts come from coaches showing up as people, not just professionals. Here's my little tips. Start sessions with personal check-ins. Build time for informal connection. Can't wait to talk to some of you after this. Learn one non-sport thing about each athlete. Model vulnerability and presence. Prioritize trust over urgency in tough moments. Visibility creates possibility. See her, be her, the power of representation. When women are visible, leadership feels possible. In Te Hapatanga, we normalize women coaching visibly, strategically, and with impact. Your presence has power. When a young girl sees you in a huddle or leading a high-performance program, her imagination grows. Be seen online, on court, in media. Spotlight others. Share your story to unlock someone else's. Question. How do you know when your best practices are actually landing with your athletes or with your colleagues? Feedback that fuels growth. Feed forward, not just feedback. The best feedback lifts people forward, not just corrects. In Te Hapatanga, feedback is relational and reflective, not just performance-based. We challenge with care, ask, listen, reflect, then build the bridge together. Tips. Use what went well. Even better if. Ask the athletes to self-assess. Make feedback moments safe and consistent. Question, what does a great training environment look and feel like in your coaching space? Or what does a great environment look and feel like in your workspace? And how do you intentionally create it? Coaching the whole person, beyond the athlete, coaching holistically. Athletes thrive when their identity is honoured. In Te Hapatanga, we coach with wairua, which is spirit, which is heart, which is felt, not just metrics. Te Hapatanga reminds us, when you coach the full person, you unlock the potential that's sustainable, not just seasonal. More tips. Make space for well-being check-ins. Embrace culture, spirituality, and family identity. Be present in their journey, not just their role. Now that's 5. I thought having 10 would be too much to talk about, but so I've just captured it here. Number 6 is another 5. Planning with purpose. Encourage intentionally backwards planned sessions for development, not just result-driven drills. 7. Reflection as a coaching tool. Invite leaders to slow down and reflect. A crucial but underutilized practice in busy or hierarchical systems. 8. Role clarity and boundaries. Particularly useful in professionalizing women's coaching pathways, avoiding burnout and misalignment expectations. 9. Leading with cultural intelligence. Crucial for multi-ethnic Asean nations. I think this supports deeper connection with athletes and communities. 10. Coaching with mana and integrity. This upholds the value-based peace and leadership. It's vital in systems and it looks to build more ethical and sustainable practices. Question. How do you create a space for others to lead? If you're a coach, that's your assistant coaches or athletes. If you're a leader, your colleagues, your peers. As we strengthen our own coaching practice through visibility, reflection, cultural integrity, and mentorship, we must also ask, who are we coaching into the future? Because the next generation, they're already here. And they don't just need coaches, they need leaders who understand their world. So let's turn now to the rising athletes we work with and explore what it means to coach Gen Z with purpose, presence, and adaptability. So here we have another little chart. So I'm Gen X, apparently. So motivation, I put this up here, I thought it was quite interesting because I could relate to it, if you can. I think we have a few different generations in the room, which I think is important. Me, Gen Z, respect, hierarchy. That's me, that's what I knew. I've got a daughter, recognition and collaboration. Gen Z now. About purpose and authenticity. They want to know if there's a bigger picture. They want to know if you're vulnerable and you've got some authenticity about you. Feedback style. Infrequent and formal for the Gen X. Millennials, regular and supportive. Gen Z, instant, personalized, now. Coach respect, based on position and title. Millennials, based on expertise. Gen Z, based on trust and connection. Are you guys on TikTok? Learning style. Linear and written. Millennials, group-based and tech-supported. Gen Z, visual, fast, mobile first. Expectations, discipline and loyalty. Millennials, flexible and curious. Gen Z, clarity, clear, relevance. Man, they're a hard task basket, aren't they? So that's me, you, and our future athletes. So now I just want to break out. I just thought you've heard of me a little bit, so give myself a little break. I need a little drink too, just bear with me. And I've put up these slides with some questions and some prompt insights so we start thinking about these in our discussion, these points of reference, because even though we're trying to break down barriers, be leaders, coach, run our lives, look after our parents, put food on the table, these athletes are coming in hard and fast. And whatever you're doing in the sports ecosystem, this is what it's about. This is where we're going. This is where we already are. So, what motivates Gen Z athletes, and how is that different from who we coached 10 years ago? So I just thought if we could go into, we just have like 30, 40, no, let's make it a minute. And with that question, just have a discussion around that, and just some prompts here too. Questions to ask at the table. What's one challenge you've faced coaching or leading a Gen Z athlete? Second question. What do Gen Z athletes need most from their coaches today? And are we giving it to them? So let's just have a minute there to have a discussion around that. And then when we come back, choose an insight to just share or, from your table. So just have a minute with those questions. Do you need to read the question again? You good? Okay, it's probably less than a minute, but has anyone got something to share back? So the question was, what motivates Gen Z athletes and how was that different from who we coached 10 years ago? And what's one challenge you've faced coaching or leading Gen Z athletes? And what do Gen Z athletes need most from their coaches today? And are we giving it to them? So we got any feedback? Does anyone want to come up to a mic and give some feedback or insight? Just one person.
Hi, me again.
Yes,
Let's
lovely.
dance then. Okay, understanding Gen Z, previously 10 years ago, they just follow what the coach given them. It's sort of like autocratic level. But nowadays, Gen Z looking forward to have, why do I need to jump? Why do I need to move forward? Why do I need to turn it back or whatever it is? So it's about two ways communication. It's about comparing with the AI, might be YouTube, might be that. So they love to make a comparison. So as a coach, we need to have 100 over 1,000 answer by giving them why this and why not. And if we do not know how to answer it, look, I have another things that I need to keep first. Allow me to catch with you later. But at the same time, you need to get the answer from others. So that you put your not to say the ego, but your credibility as a coach at that certain level. That's my point of view in that team.
That's great.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else? Anyone else having trouble with this?
Hi. So I also, besides being in the National Sports Council, I also help and mentor kids, teenage kids. So one of the things that I've noticed is they crave attention. The Gen Z kids crave attention, and it's a lot different than us, where they want validation, not within themselves, but through outside sources. Yeah, so the self-validation is more towards their self-validation depends on what social media thinks of them, their posts, the amount of likes they get, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you. Has anyone got an answer to the question, what do the athletes need most from their coaches today? A million questions. Is there anything else? Has anyone else got a best practice? Does anyone else do something that, just innately in themselves with the young athletes? If you're not a coach, how are you engaging with the youth?
Hello everyone, I'm not a coach, but I'm a sports biomechanist, and I have a very simple tip that I use. For this generation, seeing is believing. When I say seeing is believing, I mean it. So you have to, if you're coaching them, maybe show them a recording of themselves. More now than ever. They need to see themselves, and then you need to show them, because they are very visual. They are very visual, and we also have to accept that their attention span is probably not the same as the people that you coached 10 years ago, and we have to accommodate that. That means we have to give breaks accordingly, but then again, the key word will be seeing is believing. It's just my experience. Thank you.
Agree. Thank you. So I've got up here, I think I've done it too small, you might not be able to read it, but they want to see their progress. They want short feedback loops and not annual reviews. They want instant. So coaching tip up here. The skill links to your bigger goal. Say having stem lines so that you don't have anxiety or frustration when they are not thinking about the right thing or they're not concentrating. Instead of something of, because that's how we always do it, because we've got to get better as coaches, unfortunately. We've got to slow that process down. Next slide. How does Gen Z respond to feedback and authority? And questions just in your group. So how do Gen Z respond to feedback and authority? What have you noticed about how Gen Z athletes react to traditional forms of feedback? Tone, timing, public versus private, direct versus collaborative. And how do they interpret authority in a coaching context, and what earns their respect? So have a little discussion about that. So if you're in a leadership role, so that question again, how does Gen Z respond to feedback on authority? And if you don't have any inkling or you don't know, these are great questions to take away with you and apply those into your meetings. Everything that we do relates to the athlete. Every decision that we make relates to the athlete. What have you noticed about how Gen Z athletes react to traditional forms of feedback? The tone, timing, public versus private, direct versus collaborative. Has anyone got any feedback on that? Any insights? Anything that you've noticed? Maybe with your children? We have Gen Z? I see a hand over there. It's okay. Come to we want to hear. We want to hear from you. This is the part we really want to hear. Like, this stuff is important, and even though it's mundane in some ways and we can get on with what we know, this is actually what we're facing every day and will continue to. So the Gen Z in the room, maybe some insights from you one last time? No? It's okay. And this is part of it, so I'm just going to come down here because the energy changes. Well, this is what coaches do. We just put ourselves on the... Oh, do you want the mic? No, you're right here? Okay. She wants a... Yeah, that's a good point. So we want to know how do you interpret authority? Is that a hard one? And then coaching context, and what earns your respect with authority? Whatever you're thinking, you're right. Whatever you're thinking.
Basically, if for feedback, basically we don't really want to hear. We just mostly most of the Gen Zs, we basically we just think that we're right. Unless like if you show which part of it is really wrong, then if you can show me which one that I really need to change and convince me, then only I accept.
So a short video, no words, and just WhatsApp, TikTok.
Yeah, mostly.
Thank you. That's so hard to do, but I've been here up a little while, so you're all good, you're all good. It's difficult, but we're just talking about presence and putting ourselves out there. And you're here, you're a leader, so it's okay, because we're all in this together. Okay, we've got a couple more, bear with me. What challenges have you faced trying to connect with Gen Z athletes? And here's the questions. Where have you felt disconnected from a Gen Z? Where's that disconnection? Have you asked yourself that as a Gen X or millennial? I'm thinking of my children. I feel disconnected from them every day. I get grunts and from a 25-year-old and a 27-year-old. The way I connect with them, or to get them to speak to me, is I buy them food. I buy them their most expensive things. They all train, so they can't afford the good stuff, so I buy it. And they have to come and talk to me when they put it in the cupboards or the fridge. And that's all the protein powder that costs so much money when I want them to eat natural things. So I have learned to keep traditions like a family meal or a favorite restaurant, or going to buy their groceries with them. If they want something, they have to come with me. It's a very simple thing, and it's probably more me being a mother, but I've also found that that is what my athletes in the last 3 years have loved about connecting with me, because Jodie's always shouting lunch, and they always turn up. And I say, pick the cafe that you want to meet at, and we'll have a conversation, and they turn up. Okay, last one. What part of coaching needs to evolve better to support Gen Z? We can have a really good discussion about that. We're in positions. What part of coaching, so you are some way connected to coaching, needs to evolve to better support Gen Z? Is it the way we give feedback? These are just little prompts. Is it the way I set the expectations? Is it around how I create psychological safety? Is it language, tone, and am I tech savvy? So, 30 seconds, have a little conversation. Has anyone got something to offer back to the room? No? Is it getting you thinking these questions? Can I, oh, lovely.
Hi, I'm Marina Chin, and I haven't been coaching for umpteen years because work commitments and stuff like that. But I was principal to 500 Gen Z students for 7 years.
Expert.
7.5 years. And when I first entered the school, they told me there were discipline problems and things, and all kinds of things. But when I went in, well, I think by nature I'm very motherly. So, and I understood that to get them to cooperate, they must be involved in the decision making. So it's like, whatever I wanted to implement as disciplinary problems and rules and things like that, I would have, I even allow them to design their own, my pre-U students, I asked them, organize a design competition and they design their own uniform,
Yeah.
But what I did was basically, we set up boundaries, agreed upon boundaries. So they knew, these are the things they can do, these are the things they can't do. And I also made myself very available to them, although I don't coach. And sometimes they have problems with their coaches and they come to my room and cry. But I think it's just a matter of communication, how we talk to them. And, it's like they must not feel that they have been belittled. They must feel that they are on par with us, that they can talk to us at the same level. And I have found that I didn't really have a problem dealing with them. I have a couple of students here who I think can vouch for what I say. And until today, I have pretty good relationships with my ex-students.
Fantastic. Role model. It's goals is what I'd say. Give me another 20 years and I'll be in your show. So I agree. Connection is everything in coaching, but every generation brings new energy, new expectations, and new ways of communicating is what we're alluding to. But the question that really matters now is this: what do I need to evolve in my practice? Coaching Gen Z calls us to be more than instructors. It asks us to be listeners, learners, and leaders who adapt. Ultimately, it's not just about adapting for one generation, it's about the bigger purpose behind why we coach at all. Because legacy isn't about what we leave behind when we're gone. It's about the path we clear while we're here so that others can rise. This is the kind of legacy we're shaping together. Legacy isn't what we leave behind, it's the path we clear for others to rise. What we've spoken about today isn't just a coaching framework, it's a mindset shift, one that asks us not to wait for change, but to lead it. In New Zealand, we say, te ara whakamua, the path ahead, but no one walks the path alone. I'm here because someone made space for me, and now I choose to make space for others. Coaching Gen Z, mentoring women, supporting others across borders, these are just strategic actions. They're relational choices. And choices we make now will shape who sits in our seats 10 years from now. So as we look ahead to the next generation of athletes, to the next wave of coaches, the next challenge in front of us, we remember this: we're not doing it alone. Because progress isn't made in isolation. It's made in connection, partnership, and in community. Te ara whakamua, the path forward, only works when we walk together. And that's the invitation, that wherever you are, whatever your role, let's keep walking with courage, with care, and with each other. Ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi kia koe, Madam Jody, for that powerful and inspiring presentation and for sharing such valuable insights drawn from your remarkable journey in coaching and leadership. And any more question for Miss Jody before we end the session?
Oh yeah, give me a question that I can't answer. I actually want to know what that feels like while I'm up here.
Any question from the participants, from the delegates? All right. If no, all right. Thank you. Thank you once again, ngā mihi, Madam Jody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to now invite Ms. Chan Hon Jin, Deputy Secretary General Strategic, Ministry of Youth and Sports of Malaysia, to present a memento of appreciation to Madam Jody Cameron. Thank you, Ms. Chan Hon Jin and Madam Jody. Kindly return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, that's conclude our program for today. Thank you once again for your attention, presence, and participation throughout the session. Just a quick reminder, everyone. If you're interested with the speaker's slide, you can scan the QR code. Yep, this is the QR code to access for the speaker's slides. Then tonight's dinner at Main Street Cafe from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. only, right before our Durian Feast kicks off at 8:30 p.m. You can head over to the hotel's car park by the mezzanine floor, the same level as the lobby, and dress casually. Next, for the Malaysian participants, your certificates is ready for collection. I think it's outside. We have our secretary outside. Okay. Then tomorrow's program will start promptly at 9. Be sure to get a good night rest, and we look forward to welcoming you back for another interesting session tomorrow. Have a pleasant evening and see you tonight at the Durian Feast. Thank you.
The beauty of Asean shines so bright, standing strong in the light. From dawnlit shores to twilight skies.
inspirasi pada dunia. Nama kami juga kita menjadi kebanggaan, satu wawasan bersama bergandingan. Genggaman tanganmu, semangatku, oh terus membara. Janjiku padamu, harapanmu ingin ku laksanakan. Janjiku padamu, harapanmu ingin ku laksanakan. Sayang anak Malaysia, sayang anak Malaysia, sayang anak Malaysia, sayang anak Malaysia.
Who want to take a photo with us with the famous speakers over here? Please come forward. Seriously. Who want to take a photo with the
Setelah dijajah oleh orang Inggris, kamikaze dan
Who want to take a photo with the professional speakers in front here? Please come forward. Cha cha cha. Gen Z, please, Gen Z, come forward.
Melayu, Cina,
Boleh pakai kita punya captain, kita lighting tembak dia belakang. Kerana dia ada asap kan, rasa dia asap ada color. Atau itu SME, tembak belakang dia, boleh tak? Thank you.